And that should be it. There we go. All right. I can see my audio. Oh, I know what happened. Lost you guys' music. Turn that down. Turn that way down. There we go. Oh, it's too loud. All right, yeah. I feel like I haven't been doing my best lately, and so I feel like I should try and... That's an orc! Yeah. It's an orc. Specifically, it's the Artel W Iron Rider, and yes, I am using a GW contraption. I went to go and treat myself after we went and had our brakes fixed. And so I went and I was like, okay, well, you know what? I hear good things about these handles, so I'll give it a shot. Yeah. And I'm actually going to try and use my wet palette again, because I've been super lazy, because the thing is, like, my wet palette is huge. It's too big. I've got limited desk real estate, and the wet palette takes up a lot of it. Because I've got like the Redgrass XL, which is like the size of 2 wet palettes. Like I don't need it. Mistakes were made. So, wait, I gotta sneeze. There we go. Yeah, so let's, without further ado, let's grab a big fat brush. So for discussion on like my relationship with Artel W, they did send me review copies of a couple of minis a long time ago. Now the minis in question that were sent to me were not this one. I did pay for all the orcs that I have from Artel W. I did pay for, but like I just want to like go over like how, because I did say I was going to do reviews for them. I was going to like promo their stuff, and I just kind of want to like talk about like the level of detail that this guy has is crazy. So let's see here. I'm gonna go into, gosh, this mouse, like I need to like clean that. Let's see. Make sure there's nothing in where the lens is. I see some stray cat hairs. Nice. You do not like cat hairs. Let's go into, yeah, like the zoom. Yeah, so we're gonna look up close at this guy here. And that's too close. There we go. Like, the quality on these It's just unreal, and there's so much that's going on here. Like, he's got his own little, like, squig, or I guess it's not a squig, it's like a beast. I got, like, these cool... I'll use my brush because my finger's too fat. So we got this, like, cool skull design here. Do I need to actually go in a little crisper? No. There we go. You know, we've got like all sorts of things. We got a little gun there. We got like the chains bopping. We've got this guy here. Artel actually recently made an add-on for this model so that instead of having two goblins in the back, like working and maintaining it, you can actually like put a platform on there, and you can put the drummer orc on there so that he's just like blast beating, you know, and rocking as the Iron Rider goes into war. It's so cool. It's a super cool way that they, you know, option that they did. They started adding extra bits on there. You do have to buy them separately. But in a way, I kind of like that, because as is, the prices aren't terrible. And if it's a very specific configuration you want to do, you know that, and so you go and you get that. And yeah, so and to be clear, when I do say like I'm reviewing stuff, there was no contract signed, there was no terms or anything. It's just I said I was going to share, I was going to review. All these thoughts are mine. There was never an exchange of money. I just was given like 2 free miniatures, which isn't really enough to buy a person. It shouldn't be enough to buy a person. I hope people would maintain their dignity over 2 miniatures. So yeah, so I see I got like a cat hair there. Assembly for these models is super easy. They also, from what I can tell, like I don't think I've ever had a situation where there was still mold release, like there was still that greasy grime on any of these. Like, from what I can tell, they do pre-clean the models before they ship them out. You just have to remove the spruce, and that's it. So yeah, from Russia with love. I love these guys. Their orcs are just, in my opinion, the coolest orc models there are. And there's 2 base options for this base too. So without further ado, come on, let's get some painting done. Now, I need to think about where I want to start with this. Here, give me a sec. I'm going to see if I can just give myself a little bit more lighting. If I do that, that doesn't make any difference. If I do that, does that make me have any difference? Here, give me 1 sec. Alright, so it's a little dark in this room, so I just want to make sure that the colors I use... Ah, that's a shame. That thing just fell. I wonder if it broke again. Did you break? Let's see here. Did you break, or did you just pop off? Ah, you just popped off. Nice. Well done. You survived. I'll just put this over here. I'm tired of having that there anyways. Alright, cool. This gives me a little bit more light, which is good. I like light. I need it to see. Alright. So, if I just grab this here. So I'll just start with the tires. Tires are easy. Oh, yeah, there's too much there. God, I haven't used a wet palette in forever. I've lost my touch with it. It's too wet. Really need like the perfect amount of water with it. If you oversaturate your wet palettes, it's a bad time. All right. So we're just going to just go and just start, you know, have a big round soft brush. Get all of these out of the way so that I'm feeling less claustrophobic. There we go. That's much better. Ooh, is this gonna break? It is gonna break. Ooh. That's okay. This is just for base coating. We don't need a nice brush for base coating. At least not for the first bits. Everything else can just be painted over top of. As we can see, this is a huge model. This is gonna take a long time for me to do. I like that if you look here, I don't know if you can tell, the tires actually have like those little circular patterns that tires have. Small detail to include, but they went for it, and I like that. I should do that thing where I go on Discord. Ah, that's where it is. Hi! We got a little Gannon here today. Let's take a step away from that and got my little buddy. Oh, there we go. It's not quite how I want to do it, but Okay, so I think I should probably share this since I am technically, you know, doing this to out of my own pleasure and also to promote somebody else's product. So, Loki, how are things going for you, buddy? Doing anything exciting? I know you've been painting a lot of guys doing some very 80s Saturday morning cartoon vibes, which I really like. Let's see here. Got that. Ooh. That looks like that's fun. Alright. Got that. I think this should cover most of the bases. Cool. Had a great time at the event. Lots of old friends there as well, including your bro. Oh, nice. That's the same brother that got you into the miniature painting hobby, right? Squeakiest chair in the world. I need to get you fixed. I was going to say replace, but the chair's fine. It just needs a little bit of grease, I think. This is my Nightmare Black. Where did I put my Noir Black? Did I put it inside of my coffee? This model's so big I can't see anything behind it. There it is. Oh, Lynn, how are you doing today? Yes, I'm behind schedule today. I'm very behind schedule today. I slept in very, very, very late. Because apparently I am a teenager again. Just going back into the hobby. Nice. And he's got his brother there to welcome when he comes back in. I like that. That's real cute. Not that great. Oh, it's the landlord being trouble. Pushed furniture onto you? What do you... What? How did that happen? Was it an accident or was it intentional? Or do you mean like they pushed furniture onto you, like they gave you furniture and asked you to move it? I hope it's the latter. Came home around 10, went to sleep, planned to get up at 1. Whoa, you got home at 9 a.m.? Dude. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm like it sounds like they shoved a table at you, but I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding that in case it's something else. Oh, he got you new furniture out of the blue. Oh, it was an act of kindness. Okay. Okay, he was trying to do something nice. But you probably had to move the furniture and you had to do labor, which you were hoping to take a break. Okay. Well, that's really sweet of him. But it's unfortunate that that required your labor on a day you needed to rest. That's what I wanted to figure out, because he said push onto, and I was like, okay, like it could mean like physically, or like they gave you things without asking you. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I know that feeling. Um, it was funny. I was at my RPG session with my friends, which I guess I need to plan for the next session for. Yikes! I hope I don't just like wait the last second to do that. And we were talking about ask culture and assume culture, and or guess culture, and it was the difference of like when and how people approach like other people's time, because there are people that you'll reach out to them like, hey, I'm going to this place, want to come? And the expectation is that you will say yes, and that if you say no, it's a bad thing, in the sense that they have bothered you, and they will then likely never ask you again, or like close to that feeling, because we were having a conversation about like how difficult it can be to reject people sometimes, and people who are part of assume culture have the hardest time doing that, because they want to say yes, they know that there's an expectation for them to say yes, or they feel like there's an expectation. Where I'm from, what you would call ask culture, which is, you ask, I say yes or no, and like there's no presumption. And it was a really interesting conversation we were having, because moving to the city, I started encountering a lot of assume culture, which I had never really experienced, and sometimes I was getting aggravated with, because I felt like my consent was being given to things that I didn't give my consent to. Just in the sense of like, oh yeah, Chris will come along. And it's like, what? You never talked to me about this. Why are you saying that I'm coming along? That kind of thing. It was a very interesting like learning experience, because it makes a lot of sense. I mean, the way that culture is everything from religious to ethnic to country based to even just like city life versus small town life. It's a very I think there's just too much water there. But it was a good conversation. I really liked it. I felt like I learned things. There's too much water here? I feel like there's too much water. It's not greasy to the touch. Unless it's like a dry release. But no, it looks like it's going on. Okay, cool. I just need to add a little bit more, and I've lost the bottle again. There it is. There we go. Yeah. the paint's just too wet. But this is like way too small of a brush to be using for this. For base coating something this big, I need something large to match. So I got this nice little number 6. This could do a good job. Yeah, I'll go with that. I don't know. What do you guys feel like you resonate more, like with asking or with like presuming? I'm really excited to finally, even if I only base coat this today, I'm really excited just to be slapping paint on this model again. Not again, to finally be doing it. I was airbrushing with inks last night to speed up paint time. Bought indigo blue ink. Could hardly see it go into the black primer. Needed it for shadowing, so accidentally almost washed the model with ink. I was pulling a lot. Did I just ruin the entire thing? Yeah, inks are a little bit of a learning curve. Because they're transparent, right? So if you're doing blue on black, you're probably not going to see much. It would have to go on like something lighter, or like onto another color. Inks and airbrushes are your new favorite thing. They're really good. I do really like them, but there's definitely like they're different. It is a completely different experience from just regular acrylics. Add blue into the shadows before you added the green. Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. I just didn't think about blue on black. Yeah, it's a hard one. Yeah. Yeah, for something like that, I would probably go with an acrylic rather than an ink. I find inks are like best for like top coating things. Or like, what I really like using inks for is correcting something color-wise that didn't turn out quite the color that I wanted, or adding shadows after I'm done everything. I really like using inks for that. I was working on something once and I went into the Collaborator Discord channel, and I was like, hey, like, what's wrong with this? Like, why does this model not look good? People are like, oh, everything's like too flat. You got like no direction of light. And I was like, oh, shoot, you're right. So, go in, fix it up, using inks, and I couldn't have been happier with the results. I am an ink pusher. I will tell everyone that they should try inks. And try to correct the misunderstanding that inks are just strong washes. Not what inks are. I hear that so often. People are like, well, they're just like stronger pigment wash, right? And I'm like, no, that's not at all what they are. Added a thinned down ink, like Army Painter Wizard Orb. Ooh, I do like that color. It's a nice, really bright blue. I can't count the number of times I've tried to do like demos to explain and demonstrate that inks are not washes. Oh well. Speaking of washes, I finally ended up spilling a pot of wash. I just need to pick up some large empty dropper bottles and they'll fix it up for me. It's a bummer that it happened in the first place, but oh well. What are you gonna do? Finally assembled my Kings of War Ratkin Demons, which I'm super excited about. Very cool looking models. In case anyone didn't see the photos that I shared. Just massive. What I really like too is when you're using inks, you can use things like Robert Downey inks or like what's that other one? Liquitex. And they work perfectly. They work great. I do find there is a little bit of a quality difference, like if you're using like a Vallejo ink, that the Vallejo ink works a little bit better because like it's intended for scale modeling and miniatures. And it feels like it has a better adhesion. But nonetheless, I mean, I still use like Liquitex inks. Did I ever show you any of you guys this? It's my my Lich shirt designed as a mug. Space Bear! I was mega surprised when I clicked your link and went to YouTube. Oh, I should probably grab that multi-stream and turn that on. How you doing, Space Bear? Had to go and check which ones. Okay, so if you're talking about a Liquitex Wizard Blue or Wizard Orb, I think I actually know which one you're talking about. I think you're talking about this one, right? Put that there. The Cerulean Blue. You've consumed by art. Long time no see, indeed. I did see that you did have a stream that I missed. And I was very sad that I missed that. What do you mean, what are you doing here? Space Bear's cool. Me and Space Bear talk about Filipino food. Oh, man. I didn't have Filipino today, but I did have some chorizo hash, which was delicious. Space Bear is everywhere. Don't look in your cupboards. You may find Space Bear. Come on, get in there, you. Stop being a butt. Gruffy Bears! Hello, hello! Yeah. So right now, for those who are coming in, I'm just painting up a model from Artel W. It is a resin cast model from one of my favorite miniature companies, who is kind enough to send me review models. They did it once, and I've just been really bad, and man, these last 2 years have just been wild. So here I am painting one of their awesome models on stream. I've always intended to just paint their models on stream, but some of them I ended up painting outside of stream because I'm not good, but none of them were the review models, so I don't know, I feel like that's acceptable. If anyone is Fellow bear. Oh my gosh, you're right. Actually, here, if I go Artel. No, Artel W. There we go. If anyone's interested in like getting these models, I love them. And like it's massive. Like this is my hand next to it. Like it's huge. That's why I've got this giant contraption so I can hold on to it without grabbing the model and smudging in my paint. Congratulations, GW. You made a couple of products I like. Although I still think that they're overpriced. Grossly overpriced. But I like them. Yeah, Russian-based. From Russia with love. And if you ask me, most of the best orc models actually come from Russia. Because they have 3, or maybe, I think one might be Ukrainian, so not Russian. There's 4 fun miniatures, there's Artel W, and then there's hardcore miniatures. Correction, I do think all 3 of them are from Russia. And they have just great orc bits. I love them. They're all so good. You know, they're fair priced. Congrats, you aren't totally crap. Oh my gosh. It consists of 2 malted biscuits separated with a chocolate cream filling. Ooh, you're talking about tasty pastries. I like tasty pastries. I've got a pal working over there at the moment, so I might send them the link. Oh yeah, do it, dude. Like, yeah, these models are great. I have so many of their orcs actually. I think I might have almost all of their orcs except for like their Blood Bowl orc. Yeah, actually, I do think I have almost all of their science fiction orc models. Except for the newest stuff and the expansion bits that they put in. But I do have the Kyborg, which is awesome. And what we got here? I wish those little saw blades would spin. These ones? Yeah, I know. That would be super satisfying. That would make me so happy. And I am seeing here that I have got a lot of little places that are going to be a little difficult to brush. But that's okay. That's fine. Yeah, hardcore is great. I like hardcore miniatures a lot. Do I have a hardcore box right beside me? No. No, I do not. Yeah, I order from all of them. And what's funny too is For Fun Miniatures will sometimes do 3D modeling for the orcs at hardcore or at Artel W. They're very like all 3 of them. I presume all 3 of them know each other. 2 of the 3 I do know each other. And what is it? For Fun Miniatures, I think they have the hardest inventory to grab. Like you have to grab stuff while it's there, otherwise it sells out. I know that when I went and like bought like a couple $100 worth of orc bits, that I did make them go out of stock because they only had like 2 items in, and I was like trying to make an entire army of unique looking orcs. I have no candies or cookies here. I have had some sweet liqueur and made myself a coffee drink, but I don't think I should have more than one. Oh man, I love having myself a boozy coffee, or like a boozy hot chocolate, or a boozy milkshake. I think I just like booze. That's okay. How many drinks are you on? I myself am only on my coffee. Which, Space Bear, did you see this mug? And Gruffy Bears, did you see this mug? Boozy hot chocolate sounds fierce. Yeah, you got to get some like some mint liqueur. Mint liqueur, maybe a little bit of Kahlua and Bailey's if you want it really strong. Yeah. The mug is not on sale right now, but I can tell you that you can get 30% off if you use Honey30 coupon, because Honey has a constant 30% off coupon on Threadless. If anyone is ever interested, I don't have a fourth design yet, but I do have 3. So I've got Black Crown Threads, .threadless.com, and I think today they still have the $10.99 t-shirt sale right now. I don't know what their shipping is like for New Zealand, but you should be able to get things that are like the single-sided shirts for $10.99, I think. Yeah, I have way oversaturated my wet palette. That's no good. Oh well. Dude, it's midnight. What about midnight? What, having coffee? Actually, okay, Gruffy. So, I was listening to Creature Club podcast, which, great podcast. I do think everyone needs to listen to Creature Club podcast if you are a D&D fanatic. Tell me to go to bed. You're sleep deprived? Oh, well, if you are sleep deprived, you should definitely go sleep. Let's see here. Creature Club. No. Creature Club podcast? Do I not have a command for that? Okay. Well, maybe if I go Mikey. No. Mike DeLime? No. Mike Tellime. Heck. Okay. I thought I had a command for Creature Club. Oh, wait. Is it CC? No. Shoot. Have a good night, Alin. Sleep well. Yeah, I thought I had one that goes for Creature Club podcast. Oh, maybe if it's just Mike. But he goes by Mikey. I never call him Mike. Mikey. That's annoying. Okay. Creature Club podcast has a great collection of episodes, and sometimes, like I did the other day, you might hear me get name dropped. Particularly for if I call out Dan on misquotes, and he'll call me out on calling him out. I had such a good laugh when I heard that. Gruffy Bears, who's one of the 3 parts of Creature Club podcast. It gave me such a good laugh. Particularly the comment of, it wasn't enough to send me a link. He went and he sent me a photo of his first and second edition D&D monster manuals. Always professional. Never any inaccuracies. None of the least. No. Very professional. Yes, this is the Creature Club podcast with our hosts Mikey, Tim, and Dan. Yeah. It's a real good podcast. One of my favorites. For anyone who just likes having a good laugh. Yeah, I'm on the Drow episode, which, by the way, just good old thank you and acknowledgement for acknowledging, there's a lot of issues with racism stereotypes in Dungeons and Dragons, unfortunately. So, very first thing that they say is like, yeah, there's some problematic things, not all things of a certain race have to be evil, because that's dumb. and unrealistic. So, and not to mention that like every time there's like an evil race, there's like some kind of like tie to an ethnic culture, which is just not cool. It's like, oh yeah, no, the dark skinned ones are evil. Nah, that's racist, man. But yeah, no. Besides that though, there are a lot of cool aspects to Travelore. So it's a good two-parter. It's a two-parter episode. In episode 2, you get to hear Tim speak a bunch of Irish. Sauron and Easterlings? What? Did I miss something? I bought a huge tankard to gift my DM, says the dice giveth, the dice take away. And it was $90 New Zealand shipping? What? Shipping was a third of the total? Oh my god. Easternlings? Loki, I don't know if there's a joke there. I don't understand. I'm confused. You've got me confused, man. I don't understand. I'm dumb. You gotta explain it for me. Oh, actually, speaking of cool D&D things, and I was talking about Filipino food a second ago. Space Bear, have you seen the Sina Una book for 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons? It's all about like Filipino mythology and D&Difying it. Yeah. Yeah, I know you don't often play 5th edition, which is fine. But like, yeah, it's all like they took like a bunch of stuff. It was created primarily by 2 Filipino people, and it's a really well done book. And like it includes like things like all the monsters in it are like specifically from Filipino lore. So like there's like I believe there's the Tikbalang, and there's a few other ones that I don't remember the name of, but I know like some of the details of. Sina Una, so SINA and then space UNA. If you want, I can go grab the book and I can show you a couple pages from it. I have it. It was a crowdfunded book. I actually know one of the guys who made it. It is! It's super awesome! I mean, at least get the PDF. I mean, it'd probably be cheaper for you to buy the PDF and not go take it to like a printing shop. You have to go look into it? Yeah, yeah. One of my friends, she was born and raised in the Philippines. Actually, she's another streamer, or former streamer, Mia Mercury Art. And me and her were nerding out and gushing about it. another just awesome person, great artist. You can find her on Twitter and Instagram, Threadless. She's got her own little shop where she has like a bunch of like very macabre metal like D&D shirts and stuff. I mean, you could, or you could just convince him to try 5th edition. He's got such a grudge against it. Oh, I know he's tried. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, like, he knows the edition he likes, and it's always there for him to play. So that's the nice thing about, like, you know, about that. Go 4E. And here's Dan just to, like, ruin everybody's fun. No one's allowed to have fun. The dragon attacks you forever. With regards to the drow stuff, I feel like I have never... I never have anything really clever or insightful to say, so I often do the best just to acknowledge and make sure that people feel heard. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, that's kind of it, right? Like, there's not much else to say. It's just like, you know what? You guys are right. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, crummy stuff. And I'm with you. There's also, like, way too many, like, themes of slavery in D&D. Way too much. It's like it's hard to find a race who, like, in some way didn't, like, get enslaved. And I think that it's kind of a lazy fantasy trope. Like, because a lot of people will end up being like, well, I mean, in the medieval times, there were slaves all the time. It's like, yeah, okay, but, like, I mean, we're past that. I get it. And there's for some people, that's a bit too real. And, you know, not 100 years ago, they were still experiencing that, right? What was it? It was like 1920 that 20s that, like, slavery sort of got abolished in the States. Like, man, that is not long ago. It's one of those things too, like, it's hard to, like, because there are certain things that I feel in terms of, like, how D&D does things, it's like the argument could potentially be made. It's like, well, I mean, aren't mind flayers brainwashing, and isn't brainwashing slavery? And you know what? Yeah. Absolutely. And with how cool of a monster mind flayers are, it's kind of like if we remove those themes entirely, should those monsters also go? And I don't know. I'm not the person to answer that. But I think it kind of goes into, like, just have your, like, consent discussion at your D&D table. What is everyone okay with? Are people not okay with? If people do say, I'm not okay with themes of slavery, then you have that discussion with that person discreetly in private. And don't try to convince them otherwise. Just be like, hey, I'm thinking of doing these things. What are your thoughts? So I was playing. I've done one session, and one session zero of Alien RPG, and one player had has an immense fear of parasites, or like, things going inside of her, or her mouth, like bugs specifically. It's an immense fear, and I was like, okay, well, I'm doing an Aliens RPG, so I need to like have this conversation with this person and be like, okay, like, I'm okay with just like, yeah, you're immune to this in this game. I just need to ask, what about other players? Does this strictly apply to you, or does it apply to everybody? She said just her, and I'm like, okay, cool. And that's it. So, I mean, yeah, she's immune to one aspect of the game. Doesn't mean she can't still play it. Doesn't mean we can't still have fun. It's, you have the conversation, you work around it, and, you be respectful. And it's really easy. It's really easy just to be respectful to people. I don't know why people have have a stick up their bum. Can sort a lot of stuff at the table and bake something and understanding into the setting. Yeah, exactly. I've seen like D&D compatibility tests where players tick what they're okay with. Yeah, exactly. Yep. There's a really good baseline one from Monty Cook Games. They have a really good one, and if there's like a section for like other, like anything that's not covered in it that the player can include. I've been told that there are better ones, but no one told me what those ones were, so I just used the Monty Cook one. Because some fears and some things that people have, they might not it might not come to mind right away when you ask them, hey, what are you scared of? Like, I mean, I forget stuff all the time. You bet I'm gonna forget some of my fears. Monty Cook Games. They are the makers of Numenera, Ptolis. It's on their website, on their store as a free download. Also played a similar game group for a decade, and we were all on a similar page. Yeah, and you know what? Like, the thing is too, like, if you know your group of friends, like your personal tight group of friends, there's a good chance that you guys know what each other's limits are. I'm not going to say that you do know each other's limits, because sometimes people are wrong, or think that they know more than they do. But like, usually that is the case. Usually you've got a good idea. As a DM, like when I had my players go through this, because I did this for the first time with the Alien game, because I was like, I've got a good idea of what my friends' limits are, but this is going to be a horror game where I'm going to try and make them feel unsettled. But I have to know what their limits are. So I had them fill it out, and lo and behold, I have like more harsh like no-nos than most of my players. And I was like, yeah, you know what, this sounds about right. Like my best friend, one of my best friends, who is gay, is totally okay with homophobia in his game. And it might be because he knows that there's no chance that I would ever do anything harsher than what's in reality. Or even like as close as what reality reaches. And the truth is, I'm not, as a DM, I am not okay with like role playing a homophobic person. So if he wants that in his game, it's going to be a hard sell to get, like, you'd probably have to get another DM. And again, this is my best friend. he is gay and he is okay with that in the game, and I am not. It's funny. I find it funny. I have a very crass group of friends. Um, and it's one of those things like, yeah, I think everyone gets it. I hope. Um, final, the communication is important, absolutely, in any role playing game. Yeah, and I think that like some people kind of will scoff at the idea of it. They'll be like, "What? We've been doing this for so long, we never did it." And it's like, okay, but is there a possibility, maybe, that there were people who stopped coming and they never told you why? Because I've been in games where, like, out of the blue, the DM like brought up some subjects I was really not okay with, and I kind of called him out in the middle of the game for it and was pretty close to walking out. The problem was I was out. We had driven to that person's house, and it was not just me who would have to leave if I left. I understand that people might feel more qualified to confront in fiction whatever they dealt with in reality. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's exactly what his feelings are. He's dealt with more stuff in real life than I could ever throw at him in a fictional game. And if anything, it's a safe environment for him to be able to overcome that and maybe take action that he can't do in real life, right? There's all sorts of things that could, have to do with it. And it's just one of those things that, like, I myself, I don't have the stomach to create that fictional environment where that happens. Maybe I could work up to it if he asked me to. He would have to ask me to do it, though. And it's just one of those things, right? Because I think that's one of the nice things about role-playing is you can take things that maybe you're not okay with, or like maybe something that you feel you want to work on, and you can kind of like role-play and build up the mental fortitude for that thing. There's a lot of cool things I have heard of. Specifically, I think it was what was it? It was either the Behold Her podcast with Lisa Penrose, or it was something with Satine Phoenix. There is someone who does counseling and will use role-playing games as part of like creating environments or scenarios where a person might be able to overcome something that is upsetting them. And that is so cool. It is so cool, and it makes so much sense given like just what role-playing is fundamentally. It wasn't very comfortable. It wasn't very fun, and I don't play D&D with that group anymore. I don't play with them for different reasons, but frankly, because of that reason or that event, I'm okay not playing with that group anymore because I don't want that in my game. Here, give me a second. I'm just going to close the door a little bit. No, I'm not doing. No. Don't look at me like that. I'm not going to feed you. I'm just closing the door. Oh. As I assault my camera. Sorry about that. as a heads up for everyone too, as you see from the bot, I am still collecting donations using Tiltify for one tree planted. $1 is still one tree. We have a lot of issues going on right now that we're experiencing due to climate change. My province experienced massive flooding due to, I think it's like 200 centimeters of rain in one night, which for context is about a month's worth of rain in a very rainy province, all in one night. It's caused mass devastation. We've lost a significant number of roads and bridges, and our trade routes are all gone right now. It's going to take at least a month for us to rebuild our bridges, and so our province is in a state of emergency right now, actually. And you can bet that has to do with climate change. So if you've got a spare dollar to donate, or you can go without buying one Starbucks coffee, I would really implore you to make a donation to One Tree Planted. Even if it is just $1. The amount of carbon emissions that one tree can take in is quite a bit over its entire lifetime. And I actually had an idea that I think I want to do, but don't have the finance to do right now, and that was I was considering for every person who joins in. Oh my gosh, Gannon, you're so cute. Who joins in for a raid, that I would make a donation for $1 for every person that is in that raid. I was thinking of doing that potentially indefinitely. It is. Hey, how's it going, Warlock's Quill? Once I get paid... Oh, awesome. Thank you, Spacebear. Yeah, it's just using the Tiltify link. It doesn't even... The money doesn't even go through me. But if you do it through me, I can make the donation, and then I can make my employer also match the donation. And I had to do that once because a person accidentally tipped me instead of making the donation to directly to them, which was okay. I didn't mind that because, again, I got my work to also chip in. I think it was like $20 or something like that. Heck yeah! Oh yeah. You gotta make those corpos, help save the environment. They got too much money. They're doing donation matching? Awesome. Perfect. Actually, I should probably do like a big charity thing coming up soon before I have my hours disappear. My work has volunteer hours where I can take days off to do charity work. And so I can probably do some like long 8-hour streams of painting and trying to collect charity funds. That'd be nice. It's also an excuse for me to paint more. But I mean, man, like just doing like streaming for like 8 hours, geez, like that's actually a lot of work. I think a lot of people don't think of it as work, but someone who's not social, like I remember when I first did streaming, like 2 hours just killed me. I'm just saying 2 coats of black Templar contrast and you'd have been done. It's fine. I much prefer this this paint. Too much time black painting before. No, that's fine. I enjoy this. Besides, I think this is a much better black than the Black Templar stuff. And I'm just being thorough. The biggest challenge I'm having right now is like some of the angles. But, you know, thanks for the feedback. Ooh, Gruffy Bears, $25 via Tiltify. That is 25 trees. Dude. Thank you. You know what? How about this? I don't have it on me. Give me 2 seconds. All right. Let's do this. You know what? Gruffy, I'm going to match you. So we're going to go make sure my email's right. Make sure that the camera can't see the screen. Oh yeah, I was gonna do like rewards and stuff. That's right, that's right. Yep, allow the charity to contact me. Got the email right. Nice. Back. And there. Cool. And close that window. So hopefully that'll show up in a second. There we go. I can't match a lot right now because I'm not paid till next week. Plus, I've got like a vet bill that's going to come up. I've got, what is it? I've got a plumber that's coming up. Oh God. So I can't do that for everybody, but you know, $25 isn't going to kill me. So, you know, I can't just go and ask people to make donations and not give donations myself. That kind of looks bad. I mean, not everyone has, I guess, necessarily the resources to be able to do that at once, so that would make sense, but I can put $25 in. I'm not looking forward to the plumbing though. I had to pay $1,700. No, the estimate was $1,700. I had to pay $2,600 for Zelda's last vet bill. I got a lot on my credit card right now. Not what I like. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you got some money coming in, which is nice. I'm looking forward to that, and wanting to get a little 3D printing shop going on Etsy soon. Although Etsy by itself, not necessarily the greatest. You gotta increase your surface area. So I'm gonna be trying to do a few things, but first I have to be able to get like a single successful print. I was supposed to go yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. But I was a little busy with other things. Life has been playing hardball with me, and I have been having to do playback, so that's fine. I am. I'm still getting your $2 on Patreon. It's very true. I appreciate it. You and Valley Dweller are my two patrons. Hey, no, it's good. Well, yeah, I would say it is a cup of coffee, except that like Patreon like takes a percentage. It's so funny. It's so funny. Nonetheless, I appreciate it. Hey, it's all good, Space Bear. Oh, nice. You're going to be doing a one-shot. What are you guys doing for your one-shot? Well, thank you. I'm doing my best. I've got a couple of licenses, which I'm glad for. And luckily they are forever licenses. Which means they're higher as a one-time fee, but they're only a one-time fee, which is, gosh, like a lot better. I mean, like if you're paying like $40 a month to like Archvillain Games, that adds up so fast. But Archvillain Games has some of the nicest looking 3D models, right? So they have a strong reputation, and the shops that have carry them do pretty well for themselves. If D&D became a sport, X-Crawl, people running dungeons in universe as a sport. I like that. That's really cool. So like running a gauntlet, except maybe there's monsters in it. Different leagues depending on what level you're at. That's really cool. That's clever. This Goblin Gunner is really in my way for getting that angle. Usually I say if the brush can't reach it, there's a good chance no one will see it. That is not the case here. I'm actually like... I might have to take Loki's tip for the Black Templar. Black in those areas. Because if I just drip like a contrast or a black ink in there, it would work. You could probably get it just to roll there just by gravity. You can't see what I'm painting. How about now? Once I get my shop going, I'm also going to have a discount coupon for anyone who watches the stream. And given some of the recent bills, I've had this thought for a while, and I don't really like the idea. But there is a possibility that I might end up finally, begrudgingly activating my affiliate status. Because I do well. I know I do a bit better than some people do. Like, I'm by no means in poverty, but I do kind of need that extra cash, especially with how Zelda's bills have been. I've probably paid about $5,000 for her bills, which is like making getting out of debt really, really, really difficult. Yeah, my thing has always been not going affiliate. That's kind of always been my thing. I don't know. I feel like if I do it, I'm somehow like going back on like a promise I've made, if that makes sense. I never promised anyone I was never going to do it, but I don't know. It's just getting that extra little bit would really be helpful right now. Do I think being affiliate would be worth it? Honestly, like just having like an extra little bit, even if it's only every couple months, it would really help. Yeah. Oh, look, yeah, I was saying I was considering finally accepting affiliate just because, like, things have been really tough financially lately. And I was saying, like, by no means am I in any way, you know, doing poorly, but, like, with Zelda's health bills, because I've paid about 5,000 in the last 3 months, and that is not a small amount of money. Just on my cat. It's just it's I don't even know, right? Like it's just one of those things that like I think I'm feeling like I'm getting stuck in the mud. Which I don't feel like this is something that this guy has ever faced. I don't feel like he's ever felt like he's been stuck in the mud. Gosh, I keep smacking my camera. I'm sorry. Would you even really gain views constantly? Yeah, I don't know, right? Like it's definitely one of those things. Like, would I even get anything extra from it? Because as is, like I have really weird stream times. I don't really have a 5-day-a-week schedule or anything like that for my streams. Like, would it be enough? And frankly, I don't really know. Because on top of that, like, Twitch already takes like so much when you do that. Yeah, it could just be that I feel desperate. And I'm starting to feel like that worry and concern creeping in. More than anything. That's probably it. When I got out of college, I really didn't want to work in the financial sector because it was a crappy internship. 1 year of unemployment was enough to make me swallow my pride, and frankly, the health insurance and the job has been an enormous lifesaver for my partner. To be honest, I'd say the best person to talk to is Mikey since he left the program a while ago. Yeah, you know what? Mikey's probably a good person to follow up with that. I'd probably just be better off just trying to speed along getting my shop up and running and getting yeah, you know what? That would probably do me better than affiliate would. Actually, I know that would. I should just work on that. I could do both. If I did both, if I had my shop, I would know that I would be able to get more out of affiliate because I could do things like raffles, let people like buy extra tickets using bits. Like I would actually be able to do things like that. And I could like raffle off like really large miniatures like these. And like get interest out of that. And that way people get something out of it, right? Yeah, you can't do raffles without being... Well, okay. Yes and no. I cannot take bits without affiliate. I can't... Like, you can't donate bits to me, as it stands. But... this is probably something Streamlabs can do. Streamlabs works differently, though. Like, you can, like, be a monthly subscriber to me, and Streamlabs will only take, like, 10%, whereas, like, Twitch will take 50%. Which is, like, kind of like what you do with Patreon. Which I think works out better for the person who's donating, but like there's such a culture to Twitch of like subs, emotes, bits, all that stuff. Yeah, maybe. Potentially. That could work. It's one of those things, right? Like there's so many things to it. Also, a lot of folk have Amazon Prime. Yeah, exactly. So people can give subs without actually having to spend $1. Hi. I need that. I need that lighting. Okay, give me 1 second. And I'm back. We could easily figure out a way to have an automator that selects your Patreon list. Oh, really? Personally have an issue with the fact that I have currently 5 subs, I think, which is quite... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but only half of it goes to the creator. I think that's really awful. It's a very skeezy setup. And meanwhile, like, you know, you have me on Patreon, you spend half as much and I receive just as much as the others, which is like I think is great. Google and Apple used to enforce 30% take on all their in-app services, but recently lowered it to 15%, which is still a lot for a new business. Yeah, no, that's a huge difference. Yeah, Patreon, it used to only be 8%, or like it used to be 10%. They've increased the amount that they take, but it's still sky high better than what Twitch does. Yo, evil demon lord, how's it hanging? What are you up to? Nothing much. Average take is usually 3 to 8% for credit card vendors, and so maybe 3 to 8, maybe 10 is okay. Anything more is just no. I do agree. Like you have to pay for the credit card vendor. Like that's how that goes. On like I think Shopify, there's like a 12% processing fee, like for credit card payments, which is fine because you have to pay the credit card processing fee. Like that's not up for like what are you gonna do? Like get them to do mail order checks? No, that's silly. So yeah, like there's things that are kind of unavoidable. Oh, exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Twitch is super greedy. And you know what? Like, I would be okay if like only a small portion of the advertisements like credit went to the creators, but like the subs should 80% be going to the streamer. Like it should not be 50%. Plus, after the 50%, there's still the credit card or the processing fee, which is like an added 12%. You're typing on a TV? How are you typing on a TV? Really? With like a remote? I'm on your television? That's wild. Is there a Twitch app for smart TVs? And look, Mom, on TV. Used to partner with a credit card processing company. Several former alumni in banking. Oh, yeah. Alright, so I think that covers those. Ah, I need to get in there. It's a lot of nooks and crannies. Super detailed model. But because it's resin, subassembly could result in frosting, which you would need like, what is it, CA glue remover or something like that? CS glue remover. I think in this case, I'm going to have to use like my crap brush. And I'm just going to have to shank it. Just go in here and just go me. Don't really care about this brush. This brush is already damaged, bristles. So we're just going to gently shank it gently. Oh, I thought you meant cupcake frosting. You use super glue to get cupcake frosting. I like that. Can we live in that reality? That means I wouldn't be allergic to super glue, right? Or would it mean that I become allergic to cupcakes? Frosting was being used. Frosting is in super glue. So when you use super glue, sometimes there'll be a little bit of a, almost looks like, well, not almost. There's little crystal, like micro crystals that end up forming from the fumes. Maybe don't use cupcake frosting as a glue. You know what? I think that's a smart decision. Yeah, no, I'm allergic to the fumes due to overexposure. Just a thought. Yeah, it makes hobbying a little more difficult for me, but it's just I try to use it as a lesson to teach new people in the hobby, like, hey, legit, like, you need to recognize that super glue is a chemical, not just like, it's not just like your Elmer's glue. Like, you need good ventilation when you're using super glue. Like, don't just like hole up in your bedroom in super glue for like hours on end. And then some people will be like, well, I do it and I'm fine. And it's like, well, no, like you actually, like, you're actually going to cause harm to yourself. Yeah, I mean, you know, take my misfortune and use it as a lesson to better somebody else. And there's nothing worse than people who reply with, "Well, I'm fine." It's like, do you know that? Do you really know that? You can have problems and not know about them. Oh, Gannon, you are way too cute. Gannon's just being a cutie patootie. Okay, I think that's the tires for now. Lots of people like to speak when they have not a lot to say. Oh, that's honestly so true. That is painfully accurate. Well said. Yeah. I just realized I got this nice, like, bent brush. And that's actually going to really help me for, like, that right there. I get, like, all these, like... They're not free, because I pay for a subscription, but I get a lot of, like... not great Citadel products sometimes. Because they get included in a magazine that I'm subscribed to. And like I got this like super bent bristle brush, and I was like, what is going on here? But I'm actually gonna use it for, yes, there we go. That's much better. Oh yeah, use those bent bristles as an advantage. I just remembered that I had this. It's like the first time I've used it and been thankful for it. There we go. You thought the tires were neat? I like these tires. Said the guy with the podcast. Hey, I think you guys do have some good things to say, and I like what you guys say. And sometimes you guys say some things that I haven't heard before, which I like. Oh, we're real. Yeah, this, so you can barely read what is on the label, but this is Reaper Noir Black, and it has, like, the perfect rubber tire color to it. Like when I first saw it, I'm just like, oh my god, like, you do your job so well. Was it intended for tires? I don't know. But it is my favorite off black. And now whenever I have tires, they just get this. I don't have to do anything else to them afterwards. Like, I just use this paint. Because these look like rubber RC cars. Like rubber RC cars. Rubber RC tires. I promise I can English. Okay. So I have got the tires, which are like the easy thing. I could jump to his skin. I don't know if I want to do his skin yet. I'm just gonna do like little bits here and there as I go. I'm gonna kind of just like discover this guy as we work him. I like to think that this thing is just full of gas. Just so full of gas. One thing that I like about this is if you look at it, he doesn't actually have an engine. It's orc ingenuity. Like, maybe the engine is inside this box, but I doubt it. I think he just has no engine. So let's go with this burnt red. He's got a squig in a wheel. Yeah, he's got... Well, not inside the wheel. He's got it... He's got his little pet. I love him. I love this little pet. This little pet is so derpy and so happy. Like, let's pull this up here. Let's focus on that for a sec. When I got to assemble this, there were so many little things I was discovering as I went along, and like, because when you look at the image, no, there we go. No, when you look at the image online, there's so much going on that like all you really see is you see this guy and you see the guy in the back. Come on, there we go. You don't really get to see like that there's another goblin in the back, or that there's the little squig pet that's just like, god, it's so good. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna... Is this the red that I want? Yeah, I think that is the red I want, because this one dries quite dark. Yeah, he's got the dog hanging out the car window vibe. Absolutely. They didn't have it when I first bought this initially, because it just hadn't been released yet. But I was mentioning Gruffy. I don't know if you were there. They now have an optional part for this this trike, where these two guys here and this tank can be replaced with a platform that you could put another mini on. And in the example, they have the orc drummer. And he's just like, so the idea that this guy is just racing through an environment and there's just a drum kit and an orc playing it in the background, and the imagery is so good. And the idea that the guy is just blast beaten. Yeah, like the idea that like this thing is literally falling apart with how hard that this guy is going. There's so many things to like about this model. It really is, in my opinion, like a must-have. If you can afford it, obviously, like, because you do have to order this overseas. The ordering from Russia to North America, the prices are usually quite good, and if you order over a certain size, they do free shipping. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge for anyone who is in New Zealand who shipping can be impossible for. But yeah, it's just a great model. I love it. And I've got way too much water on my wet palette, so my paint is losing its grip because I'm an idiot. Russia to Denmark would be quite easy. Yeah, exactly. Right. Now, I like what you said the first time, that they're across the bed. It creates this interesting, funny narrative between the two countries. I bet there would be an anime about it. It's already that anime where all the countries are people, which is entertaining. I don't think I've actually watched it, though. I just know about it. Random. Yeah. Russian people are fine. Their government, not great. You know, you don't blame the person who was born in the country for that. But yeah, no. Some not great things. Yeah, man. Dictators. That somehow claim... Oh, God, the idea that Putin keeps being like, ah, yes, well, the prime minister can't be in office for more than 2 terms, so now I'm the president. And now I'm the prime minister again. It's like, yeah, okay, man. Sure. You're just a dictator. A clever one. But a dictator. Yeah, man. They're very brazen. They're very bold. Whoop. Did it again. Fun fact, and this is a thing that's annoying for me. So I have a business PayPal account because I do have a business. Tiny business, but business nonetheless. And PayPal has this thing where if you have a business PayPal, they do not allow you to use your PayPal to purchase things from Russian companies. I had to create a second PayPal account to shop for Russian miniatures through companies like Artel W and Hardcore Miniatures. And for fun miniatures. Like I get it. Yeah, Russia, big scary. I totally get it. I completely understand. Why can't you let me buy from the small fry? All I want is minis. Ugh. And Jay at Artel W is quite annoyed by it. Jay's a good guy, very helpful. They have a Kickstarter going right now. They have a Kickstarter. Did anyone know that? They have a magnetic miniatures for your fantasy role-playing games where you can swap heads and weapons on your minis. They're doing it at roughly the same time that WizKids is announcing their plastic sprue minis, which is also very cool, using hard polystyrene plastics. Very exciting. But yeah, so if you want a fantasy role-playing miniature of this quality, I strongly recommend going and looking into their Kickstarter. It is still live. You can still pledge. They are still unlocking more and more stretch goals as they go along. That was during the Crimea situation where Russia just kind of invaded Ukraine and no one did anything to stop them in 2013. I remember hearing that on the news. Yeah, there was just tanks on the border, but no one did anything. It was very upsetting. Yeah, man, The United Nations does not do enough. But at the same time, it's understandable why it's so difficult. Because you're asking a bunch of world leaders to care about other countries. It's not theirs. All of them are just there to get something out of it. It's not like the EU where other countries are benefiting from each other's services and trying to increase the quality of life for each other. All the UN really does is say, hey, no bioweapons, no nukes, but they don't stop, like, you know, the US from invading countries. The superpower countries, all of them are messed up. Russia, China, the United States especially, super messed up country. I'll say it. Hi, Gannon. I'm not afraid to call out the U.S. Geopolitics broadly. Yep. I agree. It had one positive benefit. The UN and EU made... Oh, yeah. They did do things, and in response, Russia stopped importing pigs from DK, which is one of the main exports, pigs to Russia. So suddenly there was an extremely cheap pork, and it was... You were a student with no money, so you had high-quality pork. That's nice. No, it's fine. I'm not going to say it out loud. I'm not going to stop you from saying it, though. And it is so overcast now that I am no longer benefiting from having a window open. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I'm putting that down and then these over here. Just give me a 5-second recess here. Hi, Gannon. Oh, you were so pretty. You were so cute, Gannon. I should have pointed the camera at Gannon. That would have been smarter. Then you guys would have something to look at. Hi, kitty. You're so cute. Hi. Yeah. And so, Mello said, let there be light, and it will be good. As soon as I finish screwing in the light bulb. And... Bammo. Hey Google, turn on living room lights. No, wait, that's the wrong one. Hey Google, turn on office light. There we go. Lots of light. But I should also probably take this as a second to go feed my cats because they're about to start screaming at me. So give me 2 secs. I'm just going to go to the BRB screen here, and I'll be back. And Gruffy Bears, you were absolutely correct. I do need a Ganon camera. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the delay there. And make sure that just killed the audio, because of course it did. There we go. Reach over here. Oh my gosh. The scenery, it's dying. It's all falling apart. There we go. There we go. All right. So I've done that. Now, there is some cool things that our friend Wolf Parable did. Hey, how's it going there, DC? Lovely to see you. I had fallen asleep at my desk and woke up when you said I'm back. Yeah, it's probably a good time to go to bed, Loki. You have a good night, okay, bud? Welcome, welcome, DC. DC, you were up super late. Good night. Alright, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Do I want to add more red? Because I do like how this red looks. Do I want to work on the green skins? Because like there were some things that some friends were doing with how orc skin approached it, and it looked more fleshy, and it involved actually mixing like skin tones into their greens, and I think I want to give that a shot. I don't know if I want to give that a shot on such a model like this. I'm sorry, did I call you out? My apologies. Over here, it's not my intention to call people out for being night owls. I went to bed at 5 a.m. last night, so it's not like I'm anyone to talk. Okay, so it is like way too saturated with paper or white palette. Way, way, way oversaturated. It's all good. I'm not the police. I do know I want to give him blue jeans. I want to give him like some super dark looking jeans. So I'll do that. Or do I want to give him the blue, dark blue helmet? Let's try like that. Let's go with like a nightmare black helmet. I mean, same. I was up till 5 a.m. last night since I got carried away playing Satisfactory. What is Satisfactory? I'm pretty out on like games and stuff, so I'll need some explaining. Talk to me like I'm like old.
pretty much a resource gather game where you have to get resources to be able to be more advanced resources. Okay, yeah. Build factories, getting those resources. Okay, I see. So it's like cookie clicker. Not in the sense that it's a clicking game, but it is a game of just infinitely trying to do better at the one thing. So I do like cookie clicker. I don't know what to do with this. I could just start doing metal stuff. Which would take me a long time. But there's so much metal stuff going on here that it might not be a bad idea to jump into it. In short terms, gather resources, build factories to use those resources to create other resources. Yep. Yeah, that sounds about right. What do I want to do? Is this my... Yeah, there we go. I wonder if I... Oh, cool. I can. Cool. I just want you to be damp. I don't want you to be wet. That tore. That's great. That's okay. Didn't know how much life I was going to get out of this sheet anyways, since it had shrunk up with everything else. Research and stuff, other bits and bobs. That's the gist of it. Yeah, that sounds cool. I can see why that would be satisfying. I think satisfying is satisfactory. I get it. I see where the title comes from. Let's see here. Okay, so now that I've done that, it should be less blobby. There we go. Still overhydrated, but manageable. So DC, not sure if you are familiar with who Artel W is. That is the people. I was doing some tidying before bed. How is things going? Not bad. The cats are fed. Zelda's ears are itchy. I've given her antihistamines and her ear medication. She has been fed. She has gained weight, which is, frankly, when it's cold out, a good thing. She was quite teeny and petite, and now she's got a little bit of stuff to keep her warm, which is good. Besides that, I don't know. I think things are going all right. It is. I live in a land of perpetual darkness. My time with the sun is gone now. It is 4:30 and the sun is gone. You know. All because some farmers want an extra hour of sun in the morning. Jerk farmers. Extremely satisfying when everything just runs intensely smoothly. Familiar with what? Familiar with what now? I don't know. Familiar with what? What are you referring to? Oh, Artel W. Artel W, the miniature company. They are a Russian, highly detailed resin mini company that make great alternative models for your war games or your fantasy role-playing games. They have a Kickstarter going on right now for magnetic switchable part minis. So, you know, you can have a wizard who has a sword, a crossbow, holding a head in their hand, a weapon, anything. Absolutely anything. Nothing is... They could have a torch. So they make it so that it's more, you know, more immersive when your character has an item. It's really cool. Ah, yeah, Northern Hemisphere gang. Yep, it's dark out. Not familiar with them, no. Haven't been researching too much outside of the bigger companies, and the companies I've stumbled through Miniac and other YouTubers. Well, allow me to introduce you to one of my favorite smaller miniature companies. This is a link to their website. They have sent me review models, along with the purchases that I make. They don't pay me. I just want to make sure that's very clear. There's no monetary gain for me promoting their stuff. I'm just a strong enjoyer of these. Like, I mean, look how massive this is, right? And it's got like little goblins in the background. Got a little goblin gunner up at the top here. Shooting off rockets. Got a little squig friend. I will never financially recover from this. There's something that I can't remember. And they say that a lot. What is it? I was just watching an episode of Drawfee, and they made a joke about saying I'll never financially recover from this in reply to some ludicrous things. What is that? Oh my gosh. They also do free shipping if you make an order over a certain dollar amount. But yeah, they got really cool alternative resin models. The assembly is super smooth. They don't come with instructions per se, but the website will show you assembly guides of what connects to what. Gosh, I am so glad that I bought this handle. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Big Rozer. I have already ordered like 2 or more paint projects. This time, more display type miniatures. Yeah, Artel W is really good for that. Like I can absolutely game with this. But like if I just have this sitting on my table, like it'll look awesome, right? I need to figure out what is the right focus here. Do I need to... There we go. Is that better? It's hard to tell sometimes. Let's see. Let's see if I can increase the sharpness without creating granularity. Because if I overdo it... Oh, no. Actually, that might be what I needed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my sharpness was too low. There we go. Like, the details on these things, so good. And, of course, you know, there are little fiddly bits. I feel like this skull may not last the painting session, but, you know, we'll try. And actually, I'm using my sienna right now. I do start off my bones with sienna, so I can just do this while I'm at it. And maybe that'll help me see it and not destroy it. Oh my gosh, everything's so much crisper now. Ah, jeez. Sharpness is a tricky thing, because my instinct is like, yeah, make everything super sharp, but sometimes if I'm not careful, like I create like artifacts and granularity, and I get a grainy screen. Oh, thank you! I think it's a really cool mini too, Big Rozer, and thanks for joining and hanging out in the stream. Thanks for the follow. My name's Chris, I am Mellow Minis, and I try to introduce people to some, you know, miniatures from other smaller companies maybe people didn't know about. This particular one comes from Artel W. And Artel W, good guys, I like them. They have a Kickstarter going right now for fantasy magnetic miniatures, so that you can easily swap items for your character, so that, you know, if your character doesn't use an axe anymore, you don't have to keep wielding around an axe on your Goliath Barbarian. Or whichever, right? I also raise money for planting trees. I like trees. I like not having climate change. I would like to go back to not climate change. I live in British Columbia. We're flooded right now. I live in the Lower Mainland, and we have been completely cut off from the rest of our province. The bridges got tore out from, and when I say bridges, I mean like 10, about 10 bridges all got swept up in mudslides or rapid rivers, where the earth below them eroded and they collapsed. Scary stuff. Unfortunately, people, this means that because Vancouver is a port city, the rest of my province has kind of been cut off from a lot of very important trade routes. And so people have panic buyed, shopped again, just like they did 2 years ago. And so people in my hometown and, you know, so forth. There's a lot of people who might not have access to the resources they need, and this is all thanks to climate change. So $1 plants a tree. You don't have to give me the money. You can donate it directly on One Tree Planted's website, or you can do it through Tiltify. If you do it through me, I will make the donation on your behalf live during the stream, and will also make my company that I work for
also match the donation. So your $20, if you send it to me, can be $40. Oh yeah, DC. Go look up British Columbia flooding. I can share some links if anyone's interested in it. You may order this mini tonight. It's an awesome looking one. Yeah, no, frankly, the thing is, like, what we're going through is terrible, but there's so much stuff going on all the time, every year now, right? Like, it's nothing new anymore. You know, whether it's the fires that were happening in Australia or the fires that were happening in British Columbia. Stuff is crazy. So, if I can raise some money that are going to plant some trees and help the environment, just by talking with you guys, then I'll do it. I would like to actually do a charity run stream coming up soon. Details on when I do that will be mentioned closer to that date, or I'll just start doing it. Then you guys will just see me stream for like a week, not nonstop. I'm not crazy. I can't do that to my health. I am not as robust as some people. In terms of their energy. But yeah, we can talk about happy subjects. I'm here to, try and give you a nice place to alleviate your stress. Cool. Thank you. And I see that as a donation to me. So, what we're going to do is we're going to do this. Thank you for your tip to me. Where's my card? There we go. This is going to take me a second here. That was $20. That was $10. Cool. Match. There we go. Next. Yeah, and then put in this. It's so bad. I have such a habit of reading things out loud that I feel like one of these days I'm going to accidentally announce what my credit card number is, and then I'm going to be in real trouble. And Cool, I think you've donated before, haven't you? I feel like you donated before, or somebody donated once before, and I had to go and match at a later stream because I thought it was a donation to the charity. There we go. See, and you can go here. And also, if anyone's interested, I have shirts where all proceeds from these, so you can get a t-shirt of the greenest dare is, which is the name of my campaign. mellominis.threadless.com. It totally helps. Cool, you just donated $10, which I'm going to make my company pay for as well, because I got that, so I have the receipt for it. So that's 20 trees. That is 20 trees. That is a lot of carbon dioxide that they're going to take up, because they never stop, right? Every year they have to regrow those leaves. Even after the tree finishes growing, and it gets the carbon for making that biomass from absorbing carbon dioxide. Which, eventually when those trees do wilt, they will release some of that back, but they also return it to the soil.
when they decompose. So heck yeah. That's awesome. But yeah, I've got things like Brush That Butt as a sticker. All proceeds from that threadless shop do go straight to one tree planted, and you get yourself something neat. And I think the shirts are like on sale for $10.95 right now. I think that sale ends today. Maybe it's already ended. I don't really know. They're Eastern time, so I think probably still got like another 3 hours or 4 hours for that. But thank you so much for your charity on that. Your contributions do help. They do matter, and that is an impact. All for the prices of like, a couple of trips of fast food. If for yourself, or like a combo, just got a burger combo, $10. I mean, I guess it all depends on what country you live in too. The point is, thank you. It means something. I would probably donate it a little bit more, but sadly cannot. You also got to go eat. Yeah, I mean, everyone's got to eat, right? Eating costs money. But D-Cool, it was so nice to see you again. I don't see you in the server very much anymore. Oh, man, that sounds like I'm guilting you. I'm not guilting you. I just want you to know that your presence is known when you are around, and, it's nice having you around. I like all of your dank toaster memes. There's been a lack of toaster memes. Living, especially in Oslo, living in Norway in general ain't cheap. Man, I just feel like living ain't cheap. I live in like Vancouver, and once upon a time it was just Vancouver that was really expensive. But after the pandemic, I found out a lot of people ended up leaving Vancouver, and then they basically consumed the housing market in the rest of my province. And like back in my hometown, my parents were like, yeah, no, we have a gyro shop, or gyro. I don't know what the actual pronunciation is. In Canada, we have a mispronunciation. We call them donaires. It's something very unique to Canada, and I don't know why we do it. But they call them donaires. They have a donaire shop, and I was like, what do you mean you have a donaire shop? Back when I was growing up, all we had was 2 American Chinese food restaurants. And now they have sushi, and they have donaire. It's wild. My hometown is booming. Right, I'm off to bed. All right, you have a good night there, Gruffy Bears. Enjoy. Everyone, so you know, Gruffy Bears is 1/3 of the Creature Club podcast. They talk about Dungeons and Dragons, and how they're going through the Monstrous Manual. Sorry, that's the old name for the Monster Manual. It's just the Monster Manual now. I prefer the old name. They go through the Monster Manual, and every time they release an episode, they talk about a cool monster and some ideas, lore, history throughout the editions, and some things that they think could potentially make a fight against that monster all the cooler. So what you're saying is I need to start using Discord. I welcome it. I love it when people are hanging out and talking in the Discord channel. I want to have the jolliest little community, but you do what makes you happy, I just want you to know that you're always welcome. Okay, so I think that's that color.
Ah, gosh, I really do just need to like start doing the metal. Oh wait, no, I could do these horns. The memes have been sent, me lord. Ah, gosh. Oops. It's funny, even now when I am streaming at like 5 o'clock my time and East Coast, that would be 8 o'clock. This is Saturday. My stream is still just full of people from Europe. What paint did you base it with? It seems to hold on very well. So the paint that I am using for the base coat right now, this color here, this is Vallejo Game Color Heavy Sienna. So I'm a huge fan of the heavy line, the extra opaque. They just have extra, what do you call it? Extra pigment. They're meant for base coating. So there's not a huge line or variety of colors. The orange is garbage. Don't get the orange. Or at least my one bottle of orange. Maybe it's defective. Bad batch or something like that. I'm willing to give them another shot. But I use a lot of Vallejo paints. And I particularly like them, especially the game color stuff. People have pointed out that they're not always consistent on like the exact color, like the quality control might not be there for the pigmentation, but I really like it because it applies so smoothly and it's harder to rub off. That is the biggest difference between the game color line and the model color line. My friend Craft and Canvas here on Twitch, another fellow streamer, she was the one who explained that's what the difference between the model color and the game color line was to me. I didn't know that. Oh, the primer. The primer I'm using, I think it's just Army Painter. I think it's just like Army Painter Gray. I mostly just use Army Painter these days. When I prime, though, I do prime a little different than some people. I don't prime from like a distance. I go like, I've got like the can about the distance of what this brush is, and I just go like that. I prime super close. But I do it fast. So that way, like, I don't clog up any details like this. Like, this is still really crisp. And it just, that way I get, like, good application of it. Like, you can still see his eyes. You can see his nostril holes. Like, nothing's clogged up. I learned that from Luke at Army Scenics. YouTube Luke. Listen. I'm just a person that procrastinates when they need to sleep, aka a persistent human mess. I mean, I don't know. I don't think there should be shame in like staying up late. Sometimes I'm just not tired, you know? Ooh, that sounded like a thing. Hello, phone. What are you? Oh, nice. Some D-cool memes. I like it. Ah, the Discord is popping. I like it when the Discord pops. Okay. I guess I could also like do that as like a leather base. Right now, I'm just trying to find like how much can I use this one color? Like, how far will it get me?
I can base it the same and differentiate after. Just like what I love. I think a lot of people forget that they can do that. Do I want this to be a real skull? It has a missing tooth. That tells me yes. I've heard Army Painter is really good. Their primer is amazing. Their regular paint has some qualities to it that, if you know how to work with it, can be really good. But like for myself, I am not a fan of it. It's a really heavy body acrylic, which is good, but if you, based off of the mixture that they have, it is not meant for a wet palette. In my personal experience, the paint loses all of its grip when it gets mixed with water. It does really weird things. And again, like, you have to really mix it, like with a vortex mixer, which is, I mean, you don't have to. If you use it regularly and you shake it all the time, and you get like really big jacked muscles, then yeah, you'll probably have no problem with it. I myself, I don't have that time. I'm double jointed, so I worry about like repetitive motions and if I'm gonna get arthritis from them. Which is such a very old person thing to say, but like that's like a legitimate concern for me. So I don't use them personally. At least I don't use them often. I think I have, yeah, I do have some paints from them that I really do like. Like, I really love this Monster Brown. Like, look at that. That's a nice color. I paint Warhammer and I try to learn as much as you can. Big Roser, that's awesome. So if you want to join my Discord community, please feel free. In it, I do have, there's a lot of people that do really love to give advice when asked. If you ask for advice, they'll give it to you. And I try to really foster the idea that there's no wrong way to paint. I think that sometimes people with good intentions can be kind of harmful to other people's learning experience by saying, this is the way that you do it, this is the one true truth, which I think Games Workshop, the company, is kind of guilty for sometimes. There's hundreds, there's literally over 150 different miniature companies that make just physical models that you can buy. I say this because I went through the effort of making a spreadsheet of 150 different miniature companies you can buy from. No STLs, just hard resin or plastic or pewter. But I think what's most important is to find your way of painting, and you're going to do that by experimenting. Use a wet palette, see if you like it. If you don't use a wet palette. I don't think you have to use a wet palette. I don't think you have to use contrast paints. I don't think there's any real specific thing. A sable brush is a huge investment. If you don't want to do it, don't do it, right? There's so many things. I'm using an acrylic brush right now. They die fast, but they're super cheap, and I get a lot of mileage out of them. I do have a sable brush, which intimidates the ever-living heck out of me, but I'm gonna have to use it sooner or later. I don't know if you remember, I was talking about how exhausting living with my parents used to be. I don't need to worry about that as much anymore. Oh, did you move out? Or did something sad happen? I hope it's just that you moved out. And also thank you for getting the Discord link there, D-Cool. One of our most active community members in the Discord server, Wolf Parable, has only been painting for like 2 years. And he's amazing, and he's a great person to learn from. Oh, nice, you got a student apartment. And why, Automod, do you think got is a bad word? Maybe it's a language thing. Maybe it's a bad word in a certain language. I'm so happy for you there, D. Cool. Honestly, getting to finally live on your own is so liberating. And now you can walk around your apartment in your underwear in peace. If that's what you want to do. Maybe you have roommates. Maybe they don't want you to do that. But gosh, when I started living on my own, that's certainly what I did. Just feels right. Let's just make this leather. Oh, let's make that black leather. Yeah. I cannot do that. You live with Dorm. Yep. No, that's valid. Don't do it. You'll get in trouble. They won't be happy. For sure. I do find a lot of grim dark. I do a lot of grim dark, and I agree. I use my W and N. Oh, Winsor and Newton sable brush for layering, and then clean it for like 5 minutes. Yeah, it. So yeah, I got these. I got these Series 7 Winsor and Newtons. I've got a 00 and a 0. And I think I need to like I need to look up properly how to care for them, because I don't want to like use them and then not properly take care of them and have them die on me. I would not have done that, since the embarrassment would have killed me. Oh yeah, no, of course. Man, that emote you keep using, is that what's his name? Gritty? Is that Gritty? I can't tell because it's so far away from my and so small. It looks like Gritty. Or like a Muppet. Which, I mean, Gritty looks like a Muppet. Is this mini for an army? So this, I do have an orc army, and I'll probably use it. It's a really nice model, and I just want to make it look as good as I can. For me, painting is probably just as enjoyable as the actual like game stuff. But I do have an orc army that I use for the game Grimdark Future. I don't play 40k itself, because I find the rules kind of clog it up and make it really long and hard to play. So I'm much happier and more content playing Grimdark Future, which is so fun. Me and YouTuber Fiddlewort play together sometimes when we get a chance. But most recently, me and him are playing the Alien RPG, which is so fun. Oh my gosh, I love it so much. We are having such a good time playing Aliens. It's
It's such a well done system. The wheezing emote is the avatar of VTuber. Oh, is it? Okay. Thank you for explaining for me. I appreciate that. I don't game at all. I just love painting. And you know what? That's the right way to do it. Because it's making you happy. Whatever it is, it's making you the happiest is the right way to do it. Man, VTubers are so cool. They want to be an anime character, they're an anime character. And that's just that it's just bam, just like that. Oh, I am out of focus again. I'm drifting. I'm drifting. What kind of army is it that you like to paint, Big Roser? What's your army of choice? Or armies, in that case. Maybe you have more than one. I have more than one. Because I'm scatterbrained like a squirrel. And I go, that's neat. I want to do it. I just got myself a 3D printer. And I have all these mini files that I'm like, oh man, I really want to paint that. And I'm like, no, I don't have space. I don't have the time. I have all these other things I got to do. So if anything, actually the 3D printer is actually keeping me from buying more minis, which is kind of nice. You're going to do a Mad Max Warboy Orc Army. Heck yes! Oh my gosh. Okay, Big Roser, I have to show you my orcs. You have no idea how excited you just made me. Give me a second. I'm gonna do some sharing time. So the reason I say that is because I'm not so much Mad Max orcs, but I do have kind of, I think, like Mad Max, but like mechas and like cyborgs. So like I've got this Cromlech, Big Stompa, I think it's called, or something like that. So I went and like did everything as rusted as I could. And Death Guard? Big Roser, are you just trying to impress me? Death Guard is my other big army. So yeah, so I just go through and like I do like a lot of weathering effects. I've got this here. I really like doing weathering effects. So like I've made this not Killican. What's this one called again? Killicans are the goblin ones. These ones are, oh my gosh, I have like the new war box right below me. What is it called? It's called Def Dread. That's it. So I've got my Def Dread and my Def Dread proxy. I'll go grab some more. And actually, while I still have this open, this is the Land Raider that I was working on in my free time outside of stream for my Death Guard. Not finished. But like what I did is like I went over the whole thing with like texture pastes to try and really up the grime level going on here. And I have a bunch of bits from Spellcrow. So like the door
that opens up is like all grimy and stuff. And I'm a big fan of using like third-party bits. I'm just trying to like get this as gross as I can. This guy does not swivel. Rust is your favorite thing to do. It's so fun, and there's so many ways of doing Rust. So pull this out. All right. So moving on, what do I have here? I've got a couple more Artel W guys, not really finished. I'll pull out my truck. I think I'm happier with the truck. There's the killer can in the back. Wow. Are these guys nice enough? I could show them. Wow. The metal dinosaur? No, that's not a metal dinosaur. No, it's a plastic dinosaur. Yeah, so I'll just pull these guys over there. All right. So I've got some jetpack guys that I converted that they're like 80% done. They're not actually finished. I should probably finish them. Before I do, here's my truck that I did as well. So just a big rust monster covered with like blood splatter, because I really wanted to emphasize that yes, this thing is a hit and run monster. This is the truck from Cromlech. It's like the Head Crusher or something like that. And then I've got these converted, or these kit bashed jump pack guys. So like all of them have some kind of like third party bit to them. So like this is like a Cromlech like cybernetic chain sword arm. I did everything I could to give them more elevation. And this one, that is a Cromlech head. I think this might be like, maybe it's a War Games exclusive bit. This is like, I think this is like a knob gun or something like that. This is not for boys. I use that, and obviously gotta put on a little bit of coin to give him there. Wish you could show the Great Unclean one you painted. Yeah, Great Unclean ones are really fun. Man, you and me have the same taste. Because I'll show you here. I got like a million works in progress. So this I painted on stream. This is like the Lord of Decay from Titanforge, I want to say. And then this was painted off stream, also a work in progress. Because you can see there's like little bits that are not done, and like there's not nearly enough like swords going around here. But what I am much happier with, which is also unfinished work in progress, oh man, this one's gonna be actually hard to pull out. Okay, that's all right. I don't mind. So I like hobby sharing. I think this is the best job I've done on Rust. These look quite. I'm quite happy with them, with how well they turned out. All the Rust effects here are done. Actually, almost all my Rust effects are done with pigment powders and rust washes. I'm seeing this one looks a little too metally, so I need to actually add a little bit more there. Also, still work in progress model, not finished. Yeah, feel free to share your Instagram. Instagram is whitelisted on my list of links, so you should have no problem sharing that. My bot won't get mad at you. Whew, getting hungry. I'm probably gonna have to call an end to stream soon, so I can eat the foods. Gotta eat. Eating is important. Yeah, sure thing. I'll give you a follow. Oh my gosh, water is so good. All right. Yeah, I should probably just start doing blacking things out. It's an important part of doing metal. It makes details look a lot better. Hello, Gannon. Are you being a cutie patootie? Hi, Gannon. Bye, Gannon. And I don't really want a nice brush for that stuff, so I'm just gonna rush job this. So, oh, this one's like breaking on me. This is gonna snap to me at any moment. Sure, we could go with this. Got a flat brush. Let's grab a glossy black. That's so funny that you've listed all of the factions that I like. That's so funny. Yeah, I'm all about orcs and Nurgle stuff. I really like painting the gross effects. I really like painting the rust. And those are the two factions you get to do that the most with. Not everyone does super rusted orc stuff, but I really like super rusted orc stuff. And if you like the idea of Mad Max orcs, oh my gosh, you absolutely must check out Hardcore Miniatures. They are a Russian site where they make their own third-party sculpts and busts, just like Artel W, and they specifically do Mad Max style. You can actually buy an orc that is Mad Max. Coaster? Oh, Toaster superiority. Admech, though. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess, like, you could do super rusty Admech. That would be a really cool take. Because it's so different than how I'm used to seeing Admechs, which is all, like, shiny. That's it. You bring up a good point. Here, let me see if I can get that. Oh my gosh! I've hidden my mouse. Renegade AdMech. Yeah, yeah, no, it would look real cool. I can just use my finder. If I go hardcore miniatures, do. So go back to the main shop. Here we go. Copy that. Quit that. Actually, no. First go just to the orc page. So this. Here we go. Yeah, no, exactly. You make a great point. My tablet is being silly, and IG is Big Raw's painting. Big Raw's painting. All right. Big. No, Instagram. No. I need to go Firefox first. Firefox. Insta. Of course I have to sign in. What if I grab my tablet? I can grab my tablet. I can in. You beautiful kitty. Meow. Big Raw's painting. Got yourself some space boys. Ooh, I got the Nurglies. Oh, those are great rust jobs you've done. Heck yeah, I'm giving you a follow for that. Oh, and I like what you've done. Oh, geez, these are good. I really like your conversion with the Hellbrute. That's a good conversion. Because that looks like that's the Dark Imperium, or not Dark Imperium, Dark Vengeance Hellbrute as a base. And then you took out the hand and you added a little thing to give him the scythe. You expanded the gun nozzles. You swapped the head. Added the star on the top. That's a great conversion. Got some, what do you call them? Gosh, I can never remember what they're called. I always get like Poxwalkers and Plague Bearers mixed up. I think those are Plague Bearers. Yeah, and you got the, yeah, these are great. I like them. I really like how rusty yours are. Da. The horns on the back are spare from the Great Unclean One. Oh, I missed those. Thank you for pointing that out. Now, I could have started with just a black primer, and that would probably be the right answer. But I don't like making things easy for myself. Nope. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Streamer Fund? Streamer Fund, ComCB. It's not a bot, is it? Rust and Guts. You like Doom. That's what it is. You like Doom. There's no one that would say Rust and Guts that's not a Doom fan. So what is it? They have that. I think it's the one track that's Dust, Rust, and Guts. I love Doom. Doom's great. Except for the fact that they decided to be jerkwads since acquisition from Bethesda, and are trying to basically sue a dude for trying to patent Doom Scrolling as a band name. Rip and tear, Rust and Guts. Yeah. On my Dreadnought, there's those like little scroll things, and I hand wrote on one of them Rust and Gut, or no, not Rust and Guts, Rip and Tear, because I painted them as what is it? Exorcists. And actually, Hardcore Miniatures has, or had, I don't know if they still do. They have a Doomslayer, as like old Doomslayer and new Doomslayer, and I got a couple of those, and I was going to use them as like hero models for my Exorcists. And there's this one company on My Mini Factory, and they have Night Sentinels, and I was going to start using Night Sentinels. And it was going to be awesome. But for that, I have to get my resin printing working. So one step at a time. Oh man, I know that I can get away with using like the Doom soundtrack, because it's a video game soundtrack on Twitch, so I can do that. But for everybody, there's a duality. Mellow Minis is a place to escape things that are stressing you, and so I play like super chill lo-fi. In my home time, outside of streaming, I'm listening to Gent. Maybe it's Dient. I don't know. However you want to pronounce it. But like I am listening to some grindy stuff. And the Doom soundtrack is one of my favorites. Because Mick Gordon is a master who is not respected by id Software. And good on him for setting his boundaries and walking out on them. Sobs quietly because he found a mini he wants, but knows he's gonna have to wait to getting. Oh, what mini did you find, D-Cool? I'm interested to find out what mini you found. Put it this way, old Typhus mini has 7 heads and a lower intestine for the base. Is that what the old Typhus has? I only have new Typhus. It's this one. The Exo Trooper. Oh, is this an AdMech proxy? Oh man, that's so cool looking. Oh, it's from their game Hydrophilia. Yeah. Yeah, it's a cool looking model. I'm telling you, Artel W, they're super cool. And Jay over at Artel W is like a super. If anything is going wrong, if you have questions, he is super communicative. Communicative is not a word. Communicative? Commutative? I don't know. But if I go here and I go, no, not that one. Kickstarter.com. And I go magnetic minis. Maybe I'll just go magnetic. Magnetic. Oh my goodness. Okay. Not all categories. We're going to go games. Come on. Games? Yeah, games. Then we're going to go tabletop games. There we go. Magnetic Heroes. Check this out. Yeah, I tried partnering with Artel W. They gave me the like 1 or 2 models to pick from for review stuff, and like one of them was like their Chaos Marine models. Oh man, the Chaos Marines are so good looking. It's like the Havoc something. I think that's what they call them, the Havoc. No. That's Grimdark Future's name is the Havoc Brothers. But yeah, as it stands, Artel doesn't have an official. Last I checked, they don't have an official partnership program. And I was originally wanting to do Orktober for like. Like, it's a great way of like, you know, just promoting their stuff because I really believe in the stuff that they make. Because they make, in my opinion, the best orcs on the market. But then I was like, oh shoot, I gotta like get this terrain stuff done. And I have to like paint this bust for my friend that I said I was gonna paint. So I didn't do anything for Orktober, unfortunately. They did have a sale during Orktober, though, on all orc models. I want to make a small scene with that epic-looking piece of miniature gold, or the Exo Trooper number 2, which is way more dynamic pose. Yeah, I know the dynamic poses. They're great. They have like a big medic orc or whichever Pain Boy. Yeah, I think it's Pain Boy, and he comes with multiple different bits. But one of them is an option where he has an orc boy slung over his shoulder, who is missing an arm and a leg. And he's just like casually like meandering. It's so good. I don't think I have mine painted. Because like when I went to play with Fiddlewort, like, oh man, I was like going like crazy trying to get stuff ready in time. So just rush job paints. I'm gonna have to figure out color scheme stuff. I think right now I'm just kind of mindlessly applying paint. Which, you know, I think honestly is one of my favorite things about painting. I can just kind of like go head empty and just like slap around paint. It's real nice. And like when I'm done, and I can kind of decide to wake up again. Hey, look at that! There's progress that's been made. Oh man, he's got like a cool rocket underneath there. Look at that! See, the things that I never notice. That's like awesome. Yeah, I think I'll have to figure out like color scheme stuff. So I think I'm just gonna focus on the things that I know I'm going to paint as unpainted metal. And stop just going over everything that's metal, because again, my brain don't think the good. I don't do the good thinking stuff. I wonder if I should give like the Black Library another shot with audiobooks. I don't know. I got so many things going on. If I do, I recommend Lords of Silence is a great book. Oh my gosh. Yes, that was actually funny that you mention it, Big Roser. That was the first Black Library audiobook that I went through. And what a great audiobook. Just phenomenal. I've gone through Lords of Silence, which is a great one, which really gives so much perspective into the Death Guard, which makes me just go like, yeah, the Death Guard, I mean, like, they're terrible monsters, but at the same time, they're very human. And then there's also, what is it? Brutal Cunning. I went through Brutal Cunning, which is also a great book. Prophets of Wa is a great audio drama series. Very worthwhile. It's amazing. I have not gone through Plague War yet. I do have the 3 books for it. I made the mistake of starting The Beast Arises, which is like 90% political drama and 20% orcs smashing the Imperium. A lot of great moments, but a lot of yawn. So much yawn. I'm more than halfway through it. And so I've got like that like diminishing returns thing. Actually, though, I won a question in Jeopardy on Jenny Joyo's stream because I listen to The Beast Arises. God, I could not read that with my actual eyes. It's audiobook or not. Hell's Reach? I have not read Hell's Reach. What is Hell's Reach about? Do share. I will say I definitely have recognized that the books that I have the hardest time reading or listening to as audiobooks is the ones that come from the Imperium's perspective. Because I just, like, satire or not, like, I just can't stand listening to, like, just how freaking fascist they are. And I know it's satire, right? Like, it's like, man, you're all so brainwashed and xenophobic, awful monsters. I'm gonna go side with the demons, thanks. Or the orcs. The orcs don't do anything because they hate anybody. The orcs are just orcs being orky. You know? It's the Black Templars and the Steel Legion versus the biggest orc invasion. Armageddon. Is that just one of the books in the... I'm pretty sure that's just one of the books in... what do you call it? In The Beast Arises. So I have gone through, because that's exactly what happens in that story. Let's see. This one is Predator Prey, Throne World, Echoes of the Long War, The Hunt for Vulcan. So I think I'm on like book 7 of The Beast Arises. Yeah, because in... not the Steel Legion, maybe it's the Iron Warriors. There in one of the books, there's the Black Templar have to ally with a Chaos Legion to fight orcs, because the orcs are just that numerous and that powerful. Oh, it's in 40. Okay, interesting. So one of them is a recycled story, is what I'm hearing. Or recycled plot. But am I thinking the Iron Warriors, or is it a Chaos group, or is it a Loyalists? I don't know. I do love audiobooks though, because then I can like enjoy stories while I have my eyes focused on something else, like if I'm cooking or if I'm on the bus or if I mean on the bus I can read a real book. But just having that like freedom to be able to like multitask a little bit. My knowledge of lore on the 40k mythos is not great. Just full disclosure. You tell me a chapter, I'm not gonna know it. I'm just not gonna know who it is unless it's like one of the big ones. Unfortunately. But like my thing is like I like the idea of the science fantasy. I'm not there for like the GW hype, if that makes sense. I know that sounds like a very like opinionated statement to say that, but like I like the stuff that GW produces sometimes, but having been in the community long enough, I definitely find that there's a lot of people who love the GW stuff for it being GW, whereas me, I'm like, I like the idea of these science fiction orcs who are fungus and Daka, but I like this other company's models better, so I'm going to use these. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I'm not trying to like crap on one side of the fence or the other. I quite like the neutral territory. Steel Legion is the Astra Militarum specific to Armageddon? I don't know what you mean by that. I know there's the Astra Militarum who are... Is that the Navy guys? Oh my gosh, are these paint handles? Oh, really? See, that's actually clever design. I really like that. So is the Steel Legion a collection of I don't know what they're called now, like the Cadian forces, like the Imperial Guard? Is that what that is? Like Apple doesn't have the best phone, but people get it because it's Apple. Exactly. Yes. And just like this, the comparison that you just made, both companies are overpriced as heck. Because, oh my god. The human forces of the planet Armageddon. Oh, there's actually a planet named Armageddon. Okay. It's really unfortunate too, because like I like the things that the people who work at the company make, but the corporate side of it I find very distasteful. I find that they mistreat people. They actively go out of their way to discredit artists and remove like artist signatures from art pieces. Like the corporate side is awful. But that guy who makes that 3D model that ends up turning into a plastic miniature, that person that writes that novel, they're very good. And I like those. I like those things. You know? Like, there was a time and place where, like, every piece of art in a codex was credited, even if it was just the painter or the sculptor. But they don't credit nobody anymore. Which is like, man, you guys on the corporate level suck. And it's very hard to like find where the line is. So I do what I can to like find like, hey, is there just like other company that does the same thing that like I really like? Like for example, I really like Jaden Hill. Jaden Hill's series Dark Gods. It's a series of STLs that he makes. All of them are very nurgly, but he also has like some orcs, and he's done a little bit of stuff that's like kind of Khorne demon-esque and Slanesh demon-esque, and he makes really cool stuff. And so I want to support him. So I have a license to print his miniatures and package and sell them. But yet, at this moment, I do not have... I need to fine tune. What are the right settings for getting my printer to print? Once I do that, then I'm going to have a little shop, and I'm going to sell his stuff, because I really like his stuff. You know, and he got a good chunk of coin from me, and so it works. The Steel Legion are cool. They have gas masks and big ochre and yellow dusters. Oh! I think I know which faction you're talking about. Are those like the guys who have the Kriegers? Does, but I can also see the other side of the coin with it, because these days you can be sued for anything. Yeah, there's some messed up legal stuff. I don't know. And also, like, if you like end up speaking your opinion too much, like, you end up upsetting somebody, and it's like, man, like, I don't know. It's messed up stuff all around, and frankly, in the end of the day, there's too much messed up stuff for me to be upset about all of it. And frankly, the things that GW does, or like the stuff that id Software decided to start doing, it's small potatoes in the big spectrum. It's stuff that matters, but like, I don't know. My parents got cut off from the rest of the province and had to go buy a bunch of groceries at once because the grocery stores were emptying because people were panic buying. That has a much higher like occupation in my mind than the garbage stuff that GW does to people. Like trying to say that people can't make fan animations. God, this. Ugh. Cool. Yeah, cool. Keep stifling artist creativity who promote your product. Go for it. Let's see how well that does for you guys. Because eventually you guys are going to end up upsetting people enough that your fans are going to stop buying your product. Because you're going to alienate them too much. It's going to take a long time for that to happen, but I definitely know there are people who have decided to stop purchasing their products. And eventually it's going to get on a large enough scale that they're going to notice it. But there's still going to be those people that like go into the store and buy like 10 box sets on release day. So, I don't know. Will GW ever go away? Probably not. You can make that big of a store without money, and there is a point where you're just squeezing every penny for every little thing. Yeah, right? Like, they started off really cool. They were like this small-time company that was originally, and they don't even advertise this anymore, which I think is, like, I don't know, are you guys ashamed that you rode the tales of, like, Dungeons and Dragons success? Because originally they were making backgammon or blackgammon boards, and then they ended up getting the contract to be the UK distribution for Dungeons and Dragons. That was the start of their success. Is they it wasn't even their own stuff. And then they were publishing their own magazine, which the monsters that were published through it ended up getting combined to make the pretty well-known and famous Fiend Folio for, like, second edition, first edition, something like that. Like, that was all Games Workshop. But if you go on, like, the website and go, like, their history, they're like, yeah, we went straight from backgammon to Games Workshop. There was no in between. And it's like, man, you just, like, okay, sure, whatever. It's super funny. Because if you go into, like, looking at documentaries about, like, Dungeons and Dragons history, they'll talk about Games Workshop. They can't avoid talking about Games Workshop. It was a very significant part of how they got started. Yeah. They ended up making an agreement. Well, okay, so first, it wasn't even StarCraft. First, it was Warcraft, because Blizzard went to Games Workshop, and they had a prototype for a Games Workshop Warhammer game. And then Games Workshop was like, no, we're not going to sign a license. We're not going to lease this. And so they were like, oh, okay, cool. Well, we're going to go make this game, and we're just going to kind of, like, you know, remove the serial numbers, so to speak, file them off, and oh, hey, we made this huge success. And it was like, I think until Warcraft 3 that orcs were no longer had the Warhammer orc build, where, like, their heads were, like, very ape-esque and, like, in between their shoulders rather than stacked on top of their shoulders. It's funny stuff. Yeah, and then StarCraft is very clearly also 40K based. Which I think the story that I heard was that one was contracted through Games Workshop, and then Games Workshop pulled the plug. And so all they had to do was remake the art assets. And then, you know, because, like, that's a lot of work to lose. It takes a lot of money to make a game. It's not cheap. Yeah. Warhammer Total War. Yeah. There's a couple of, what is it? Is it Relic or is it Radical? One of them is actually located here in Vancouver. Might be Total War. I think it's the guys who make Total War. Is that Relic or Radical? I don't know. But I think I'm going to call or quits for today because I am quite hungry and I'm at a point where I need to eat food. Because my cute sleeping kitty beside me has gotten to eat, but I haven't. Hey, little jerk. Yeah, you got to eat. No food for me yet. So let's see who's live and streaming. My following, my live channels. Really? That's it? Not a lot of people are online. What are you doing, Magical Hack? Magical Hack isn't even started yet. Okay. Okay. What is going on in this category? Ugh, no, I'm not gonna do that. No. Pre-Turkey Day hangout. Ooh, this looks like a cool one. And this person only has 2 viewers. And now, of course, I have to watch an ad before I can even figure out if I'm going to raid them or not. Yeah, it was nice to meet you, Big Roser. And Big Roser, again, feel free to just join the Discord if you haven't already. The link is this one. There we go. Yeah. Oh, what's going on? Is there no... Does that still just add? What happened? Did Twitch die on me? Oh my god. Oh my gosh, why are you like this? Okay, yeah, so this person is still streaming. There we go. We're just gonna try raiding them and see how it goes. Ah, heck, you got distracted. It's all good, it's all good. We're gonna raid Moonstrobes TV. So I'm going to get that raid ready. No, wait, it's raid. There we go. And then Moonstrobes TV. There we go. Cool. So I'm going to get that ready there. And while we do that, I'm going to sign back in Twitch so I can try and check out the stream before I actually click the raid button. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm frazzled. Frazzle-dazzled. Moonstrobes TV. Yes. Yes. for mature audience. I hope you guys are all okay with swear words and stuff. And did I log in? Cool. And now I gotta do that, and that's a two-factor authentication. And it's gonna be like, hey, are you actually you? Uh-oh. Hope my friend is okay. Alright, cool. Raid time, folks. I'll see you there.